Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. I did not time that as well. We still have 9 seconds of ads. So I'm going to let that play out. Hello. Oh, you're from Cup of Plays community? We love Cup. I am really good friends with Marley. So who is also really good friends with Cup. So I'm kind of like a friend of a friend, but I love Cup too. Hello! Yes, we have my puppet. We will be working on her today, but we'll mostly be working on her hat. I should honestly like sketch out what I want her hat to look like and like put it here. What did you name her again? Sunny. Her name is Sunny. Because someone gifted me. Well, that's like honestly so funny that like you come in here and then I know them. I know them. I think that's wonderful. So yeah, so we're working on our hat. Which means I need to quickly open up a document so that I can and turn on my printer. Oh god. Because I could honestly share my screen, which I never do. Share Illustrator on here, but let's do some studio mode action. I hate that illustrators like thing is like their like suffix is .ai. Like and then like now AI is like a bad thing. But then like it's hard when you're like trying to reference multiple things. It's like what the hell, you know? Okay. Turn off studio mode. We will You can see it now. Yay! Okay. Because basically what I need to do is go into this, download this image. I probably could have done this like in 8 million better ways, but we're here now. Let me move this. Oop. I don't want that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is honestly my favorite cardigan. I don't even know where I got it, but the brand is Miro Kitty. I might have gotten it on Amazon. And I'm against fast fashion. And I believe in ethical and sustainable things. But I have no money. And also, this has lasted me so long. Like, I've had this for years. And it's like my favorite cardigan. It's so comfortable. It's in my color that I like to wear. And it just like it's held up. Like it doesn't like I haven't had any pulls in it. Like the stitching is like really like it's held up. So fast fashion is two things. It's creating clothes that are like meant to be like thrown out and like switched out for trends, but it's also consumer habits. So if you keep something that is fast fashion for a long time, or you like thrift it, that like counteracts it a little bit because you're not consuming quickly. So like it's like on the scale of good to evil, it's kind of in the middle. It's neutral. Okay. So basically what I have here is a mess. I need to scale this to the right. So this is 1 inch. And this is 2 inches. I'm going to do the whole row. Kind of harm reduction. Yes. So like while it's still bad, and I don't agree that you should like buy all of your clothes from Amazon or really buy anything from Amazon, but sometimes that's what we're left with in this capitalist hellscape, and being at least aware of it and trying to make changes where you can is the best you can do sometimes. I'm getting a phone call. Oh, 1 second. It's my property management place. Sorry, that was the maintenance guy at my apartment who, because last night so on Thursdays, I help my brother do laundry. Now, he's a grown up and can do his own laundry, but by help him, I mean I bring him to a place where laundry gets done, which is my apartment complex. I could bring him to a laundromat, but why not bring him to my house and he can use the washroom at my apartment, and then we can hang out and eat pizza and watch Adventure Time while that's happening, you know? So that's what we do. And last night when we went to do laundry, the load of laundry like was sopping wet. So we had to dry it twice and it was still kind of damp. But like also because it's like a pay washer, you like can't just run an extra spin and drain. It like doesn't do that. Like you would have to run a completely new wash to try and get it to re-spin and drain it. So I put in a maintenance request, and oh my god. Look at this. There's a piece of my chair in my headphones. And I thought that the Logitech G was peeling off, and I was about to be so upset because these headphones are fucking expensive. So I was like, there's no way the G is peeling off. It was part of my chair. I've been thinking about adding a chair to my throne, honestly, because this chair is so sad. It's very old. It's like 5 years old at this point. And it has seen better days. Like basically the whole thing is peeling out from underneath me. So I have little bits of faux leather all over my room. I have to vacuum so often because of that. And it's a mess. And then I was watching Shelby's stream this morning, aka Sherbly. And she linked to her chair and I was like, that looks like a comfy chair. That's a good chair, a great chair even. Okay. So basically what we did was, let me knock the opacity of this down a little bit just so that we can kind of see what's going on. I put down a grid of guides so that we could, oh my gosh. I know you've been here so much. Don't be fooled, Jaylee. I do see how often you're here and I appreciate you so much. I am so happy that we found each other on this crazy platform called Twitch. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to line up the square for like an inch. Because if I can line up the grid, that would mean that my the shapes, like when I trace out this shape, it will be the right size. So that's why we did that. So now when I go in and take my pen tool and go to trace this, no, that's not gonna work. It will be the right size. When I print it out. And basically what I'm gonna do is use this pattern to make let's fill this with something. To make the hat. But the thing is that I want to digitize it so that I can kind of fix it. Because it's kind of a mess. Let's do this actually. Sorry. I'm finally kicking this cold. Last night I woke up to thunder, but fresh out of my sleep, it sounded like someone was falling down the stairs. There's no stairs in my house. That would be so scary. Okay. So now we have two things. Great description, Bryn. Let me put it on a different layer. And then we'll lock and then we'll... Oh, why did it do that? I mean, it's fine. We'll just move it back where it's supposed to be. There we go. Yeah, I would be so scared. Okay. So this is the vibe. But I honestly want to fix it because this is messy as hell. So I think what I want to do is take this, knock the opacity down. We're gonna make a new layer. We're gonna lock this one. Now we're gonna like adjust a little bit. I've started having visual hallucinations when I first wake up. It's only sometimes, but also has been a little confusing to adjust to. Yeah, that's rough. Have you like changed any meds that you're on or anything? Like, do you have an idea of like why maybe that's been happening? And also have you talked to your doctor about it? I want to like make this kind of rounded. I'll bring it up the next appointment. It's infrequent. Yeah. I wouldn't be super worried, but I would say that like it could be some kind of like stress response or like something to do with like disrupted sleep. You know, maybe like there's something there that you could like I don't think you're in danger basically, but I do think that it's important for your doctor and or therapist to note at least. Because if it gets worse, then they'll be like, well, why didn't you ever tell me that you were having hallucinations? Okay, that shape is a lot better. I sometimes, if there's like white noise, I will sometimes have like auditory hallucinations that like it's people, which I know is like kind of weird. But like basically, if there's white noise, sometimes I can hear like voices in that noise. And it's not like I hear them saying anything specific, but more like chatter, you know? And I think it's just like maybe a auditory processing thing. Um, but like not it's like not like scary. One time I did think I heard one say my name though, and that was freaky, but I think that I was just maybe I think I was like a little intoxicated, so that's a totally different conversation. But it is not a common or frequent occurrence at all. Thank you for your 45 stream streak. That's so many streaks. That's so long. Okay. I think that smoothed out that part. That's kind of a crazy flex. Oh, 45 streams? That is kind of crazy flex. I was like, I don't think hallucinations are really a flex. And they only start, and I could only, I've only noticed them since turning like probably like 28 or 29. To be fair, I've also had a history of some like potentially maladaptive daydreaming in my time, so I think that that could also have to do with some of it. Honestly, I think that it's time for this. Stun on those hoes starts hallucinating, literally. Okay, is this one a little bit better than the last one? Maybe? I feel like right here needs some additional work. Now, who knows if this is helping the pattern or hurting it? I wouldn't know because I've never made a pattern before. But, you know, how would you know if you don't try, right? To break this side. Okay. So the idea would be that I would make two of these and then attach them together. In the words of Mythbusters, failure is always an option. True. You know, and I would like to try and fail, you know? I think being able to try and fail is an honor. Yeah, that was what I was saying. I was like, I think it's time for this. You got caught by you got caught by Automod again, and I was like, I trust you enough to not be saying anything crazy that would like not that would like basically I just accept all the things that you say in the chat anyway, so it's like yeah, I think that's great. So yeah, now you won't get caught by Automon anymore. So don't say anything too crazy. But we're happy to have you. But I'll be good enough. Yeah, like basically like saying like stun on these hoes is crazy enough to get caught by Automod, but not crazy enough to not be allowed in the chat. Like that's I don't care. Now if you were saying who is this hoe to me, actually I probably would still think that was funny if you said that. Because we have this rapport, you know? Like we have this playful banter. I would never. Sure. Okay. We can now make this like a black outline. And we'll make this also a black outline. And then I'm just gonna print it out, I guess. I turned on my printer, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing this for a second because I don't know if my printer will dox me. I don't think so, but I've never printed anything on stream before, so I don't really know. We want this to be... Do not scale. I do not want it to scale. I want it to... Okay. We're gonna print it. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We also have... Oh, no, that's still that. Oh, right, because I have the game capture. Oh, that's my camera. This is the game capture. Oh, it got messed up when I got on the phone. But basically, this is our workstation for today. Because I'm going to be doing some, like, hand sewing. So I wanted to have the closer camera for, like, when I'm doing stuff. And then I can also, like, tilt it for when I inevitably am, like, leaned back like this. This is my ankle, by the way. Leaned back, like, sewing back here. I was making sure that my notebook didn't have anything important on it, like anything doxing, and it's literally just the stuff I need in my Fields of Mystery quests. So, I'm gonna say it's probably fine. Okay. Is this printing? It's making a lot of noise for possibly not printing. Okay. We're gonna move Sunny. Oh, I also need to fix the hands. So maybe we'll also do that too today. Look! It's my pattern! Slay! Okay. Okay, so we've got the black fabric. We've got two different white fabrics. I think this is the fabric that we should use, and this is like for tracing out patterns and stuff. So I think we're gonna use this one. Do I have anything else in here that I need? I don't think so. We're gonna set her up here so people can see her kind of when they come in, and I have to be like, look, that's the puppet. Okay, she looks kind of silly like that once. There we go. Okay, so we have the fabric. We have both black and white because it's going to be alternating. And we also need to redo these gloves. So as you can see, like, they're really janky. And they're meant to be for me to put my hand in and then be the puppet. But they, like, this is... I just feel like I could do it better, you know? So instead of using the pattern, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a pattern with my own hand and then sew that. And hopefully that is better. Okay, so we also have string, and we have our pens and markings, our scissors. This is the original. So this is the how we came up with this pattern, basically. So obviously this looks like jankier because it was like the shapes that we used to create this idea. And then now I'll take these, transfer them, and then like make it better. Because these were just like sad and messed up. Where? Oh, it got like buried. Where did I put my needle? Yeah. I remember having to clean up and having it be kind of a mess. Oh god, I just dropped a bunch of stuff on the floor. Where did my thing go? That's concerning to me because I shouldn't have lost a needle. You know? I don't know where it went. Okay, well, that's a problem. I guess I'll solve it another time. I'm wondering if it ended up on my floor, which would be bad for multiple reasons. But also, it's my favorite needle. And yes, I have a favorite needle. Does anybody else that makes things out of fabric have a favorite needle? I understand. I have a favorite needle too. Yeah, it's like, I need my needle back. It's my favorite one. I have this like little jar, or not jar, this little box that I've been using to hold stuff. And like, I would assume that I would have thrown it in here, because that's where I've been keeping it. But I'm not seeing it. And I also, ooh, unless I like threw it in with my, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, I wonder if it ended up in the trash. So basically I have this like little sheet of needles. And the one that's like missing in the middle, that's my favorite one. And I don't know. Oh wait, unless this is the one. And I usually have two missing in the middle. This might actually be the favorite needle, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, and maybe I didn't lose a needle. Okay, crisis averted. I like mine, because the eye is a little bit bigger. No, you are like 1000%. Yes, that is exactly why this is my favorite needle. Wait, which direction? So it has like a bigger eye than say, like, let me grab one of the other ones. Or like, let me just push them up, I guess. Don't worry, I'm using the desk to push them up because your girl ain't gonna get. So like, if you look at these, they all have like really tiny eyes. in comparison to this one, which has like a huge eye. Which is how I know this one is my favorite, because I did find it. Because, like, look at all that. Could you imagine if I lost my favorite needle? I don't know what I would do. I would just quit sewing. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I've been putting it on this, which is just like, it's actually one of her arms, or it's supposed to be one of her arms. But let me actually, I'm gonna this go up a little bit more. Zoom you out. So I've been putting it here, which is where I have her like little face marks. Like these will go on her face. But it's one thing to thread those little ones with thread, but oh yeah, no, exactly. And usually I'm using it with embroidery floss. Obviously now I'm using it with thread, but now it's just my favorite, so I just always go for that one. I do have one of those like little like coin hook things, but it's just a pain to have to dig that out. So yeah, so I've been like sticking this, especially if there's still thread on it, and then I'll just like use it, but then it wasn't there and I was like, where'd it go? Turns out I just put it away like a normal person. So that's on me. That's my bad. I need a pin cushion. I actually don't own a pin cushion. So there's that. I don't know what is up with my camera today, but I can't get it at the right angle, like the correct angle. It's driving me actually crazy, I think. Okay. I have one of the cute little tomato ones. Yeah, I should get one of those, or even like make one. Like I could make one easily. I could make a pin cushion, no problem. And I just don't. I even have a bunch of leftover foam cut up into little small pieces from when I made Sunny in the first place. Because like after I had gotten rid of, or like after I had cut up her foam, ooh, that's a tie. After I'd cut up her foam, there was like leftover foam, and I could have just thrown it away. Like it wasn't big enough to use for anything, but it was like not small enough to use as stuffing. So I cut it up so that I could use it as stuffing. Like now it's like little tiny bits. Now the one problem with this is it has the static cling of styrofoam. So like it was kind of a huge pain in the ass to do this, but now I can use it as stuffing for something. And I didn't waste any of the foam. I also have this ring from her torso. Her torso was a little long for me because like the pattern was made by a man and I don't know how tall he is. But when I put her on my hand, her torso like goes up. Like it was going like straight, like pushing from my elbow up to her like neck. And so it was like not working right. I needed to trim off like an inch. So this is what that is, but I didn't want to get rid of it because like I don't know, it's already a circle. It's attached. It's got the rubber cement on there, so like maybe I'll use it for some. I don't know. So this is my extra supplies bag. I also have a trash bag from all the trash from Sunny. And then we have the pattern. So I'm gonna cut it out. How long have I been muted? How long have I been muted? That would be so fun. I think since I started talking about my pin cushion. Did we hear about the foam? Now I don't know. Not too long, I don't think. Okay, great. So anyway, I cut out a bunch of foam from inside of, or not from inside of Sunny, but like when I was making. Okay, you heard about the foam. Okay, great. So it wasn't that long. Then I was saying I've been loving House Flipper 2. I've been designing a little like purple house, and I'm really thankful to Ramiko for buying the game for me. And then I said that I was still sick, but getting better. And then I was showing you the collar that I want to make for her. So for Sunny, I want to make her this like billowy blouse, but then I want to sew these two ribbons together. And use it to make like a little collar for her. Wouldn't that be so cute? I should have like a thing where if somebody says the word muted in my chat, it like dings in my ears. Or says like, what? You know, like an old deaf person. Huh? What'd you say? Does anybody know anybody in your family who has lost their hearing with age? Because I feel like that's like a common experience. My stepdad has really bad hearing, which has been really hard that I'm sick because then I go into his house. I don't want to get near him because he has COPD. We've gone over this. And so then he's like trying to talk to me, and then I have to yell. And I'm like, dude, I can't, you can't hear me and I can't yell. So I don't know how we're going to have this conversation. But yeah, so I'm very excited about this ribbon for her collar eventually. But we're not there yet. Okay. So this fabric is really thin. It's probably fine. Okay, how many of these do I need? I'm thinking I want to just like cut a piece out of this so that I can work with it in like a smaller bit, you know? Am I getting, what kind of messages am I getting? Okay, nothing incredibly important. Also, son, I don't know if you have one of these, but I am obsessed. I did make like a cover for it out of the packaging with like a little elastic because I'm still afraid of it. Ooh, don't almost close OBS. Okay. But it's, so it has kind of like a guard like built in, but I'm still afraid of it. So I made a secondary guard. Okay. Look at that. don't even have a cutting. Honestly, I don't have a cutting mat for this. This is like for my like design work and like for cutting paper. I saw one of those literally this morning. I saw one of those literally this morning. Yes, you should totally get one. I have to fold this up because it's like basically a sheet. Oh, I love postage stamp like style things, like, or like the way that they look. Like, I don't collect vintage ones or anything, but I would. I just don't have the time or money or anything like that to be doing stuff like that. I keep the stamps for my pen pals. Yeah, I just like, I love the way that they look and think they're so cute. Like even fake ones. Like I like real ones. Don't get me wrong. I like real ones. But even like just like the design of a state, like the shape of a stamp is like something I enjoy looking at. I like that this says wash with like colors, but I'm literally about to sew this to white fabric. Oops. It's okay. I probably won't have to wash it. Hello, Daryl. Welcome in. And thank you for having my back on clone kisses yesterday. That was so my fault. I brought it up. I shouldn't have brought it up. Would you guys kiss your clone? Not a twin. Not a twin. A clone. Like it pops out of a cloning pod tomorrow. And it's you in as of like right now. Would you kiss them? I would probably kiss mine if they were down for it, which I think they would be because I'm down for it. I would put my clone through the mattress. Are you kidding me? That's what I'm saying. If you have an amputation, would your clone also have it? I think that's like a toss up. I feel like that's like a check a box if you want your clone to have your amputations. You know? Okay. I think this is just 2 layers. Yeah. Okay. We're just gonna... Oh, whoops. I mean, I agree with you guys, but I could tell that the consensus of the chat was not as open yesterday, so I decided to keep that to myself. But here it's a safe space. You could talk about wanting to do your clone if you want here. We'll save poor Ern from that conversation. I think it's just like different kinds of, you know, there's 2 kinds of people. People who would fuck their clone and people who wouldn't. Okay. This should be enough for at least what we're working with right now. Okay, is this gonna work? Oh, okay, yeah. I think it is working. Amazing. And also I decided that I think I want to hand sew this and not do it on the machine because it's like too small. for the it's too small for what's it called? The machine. Sewing machine. Okay, we're gonna need a bunch of these. How many are we gonna need? We need 8 of each, I think. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. I'm trying to think. Or is it 4 of each? Because there'll be 8 total. Yeah, it's 4 of each. Okay, great. Okay. I could have drawn it out, but I'll just suffer in my head. If supplies and like skill were not a part of the question and you could make anything, what would your dream project be? I don't know why my phone keeps vibrating. Like, I don't know what kind of notifications I'm getting. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I broke it. Let me fix it. Oh my god, I have every single app open ever. Maybe if I put on the telephoto one? No, maybe the wide angle one? Let's give this a shot. It's a little bit good. It's going to be a little bit distorted because it's the wide angle lens, but I just feel like maybe this might be better for covering more space. Oh, you see I don't think I have anything in the background that's doxing. It's just ugly. There we go. That should be better. I love quilts. I would love to try, but I have neither a sewing machine nor a table big enough. Yeah, no, I think that would be a great project. I think that I think I would probably want to make miniatures. And like specifically the miniatures that people make that like go inside the walls. Yeah. I just like I've always like felt like that is like peak whimsy. I haven't cracked. Yeah, like I just think miniatures to me are like as whimsical as you can get. And like little fairy houses and like miniatures in the wall, secret doors, like uh like things inside of other things. So like when you have like a daycare that has like little storefronts or something, instead of just like a play kitchen, they'll have like a play bakery and you like go inside like a little room. Like that kind of stuff is like the peak of whimsy for me. And I just like I would love to be somebody that like makes that stuff. Okay, this one's not gonna fit over here, so we're gonna put it over here instead. Oh, this definitely goes into the other one a little bit. Shit. Okay. Let's tilt this. Oops. This will also be easier to control. Like if I'm doing this by hand, it'll be easier to control where the seams end and where I can like attach it to the rest of the hat, you know? Okay, so we've gotten this one done. Yes, okay. Sorry, I'm just like thinking about this and I'm like, is this correct? But it is. Something's wrong. Okay. We got one of those. 3 more to go, and then we switch over to the white fabric. Which I'm honestly like, I don't even know which of my different pens to use because I'm like kind of afraid of like I don't think it'll stain, but I just like I don't know. I need to test out like my hair dryer on it, I think. I do, but like I also have these like pens that are supposed to be like heat like let me try a piece on like a corner. So basically to draw on it, there's a mark, and then I would use this and it does work. I would just need to make sure that I'm leaving enough room to actually erase it, you know? And then I'm also thinking because I think it's like the friction is what gets rid of it. So I'm like, I wonder if a hair dryer would also get rid of it because it would be like,
you stretch good.
Oh, hi, Malachi. I know you have a meeting soon. I was talking earlier about how I'm really happy that you got me House Slipper 2 because I love it and I'm addicted to it. So I just need to make sure that I have enough room left over to like actually erase it. Yes, I did. I did end up adding it. You stretch good. It's so funny. When I heard it, I was like, with every new game, a new addiction. It's just that I'm very particular about the games that I want / ask for / get. And it's like, if I kind of know ahead of time that I'm going to really like something. And so it just seems like every single game is a game that I'm addicted to. But and you know, there may be some truth to that. You know, there may be some truth to that too. Oops. What? What'd you do? I've been back on my starter grind. It's what's motivating me to get shit done today. I just sent him. Oh, got it. Okay, great. I was making sure, like, I was like, you didn't do anything wrong. I don't know what. Like, did you do something wrong in your house? Oh, also, tell Juniper that I said, psst, 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 psst. Please. Oh, I'm queen of hitting a message too early, and then I have to like type it so fast because I like have to like make up for the fact that I hit enter too early, and then I inevitably have more typos and no one knows what I'm talking about. Also, hello, Ada. I hope that you're doing well. We're working on Sunny again today. We're working on her hat. So I'm cutting out lots of different triangles. I just got home from work. Which job? I know you have like 8 million. I don't know. Is this? Okay, yeah. Okay. I just wanted to check to make sure that was the mic I was using. Okay. Nope, that I'm missing one still. Okay. Because there needs to be 4 of each shape. And then 4 also of each of the in white also. And hopefully this works because I didn't do like a secondary test. I just decided that we were going to cut everything out and just get started. The library won, so it was wonderful. Oh, good. I actually even tried to get another job at the library when I moved back home, but it's so hard to get a library job where I live because there's like not like I don't live in a city. So like there aren't as many libraries as in a city, and then there also like aren't many positions. Like they have like 3 people that work at the library, and then like you have to basically wait until somebody like I don't want to say it, but like until somebody dies to like for them to open up a job. Oh, I don't need these. I need my fabric scissors. Like that sounds crazy, but it's true. Because libraries are such like a like you can do the job until you're ancient. It's like not a very physically taxing job. So you can do it like literally. That's why the trope of librarians being old is like so prevalent because they are often very old. Because you can do that job well into your senior life, you know? Okay, I want to leave like a little bit of excess, but I don't need like a ton of excess. This fabric is so thin. I think I'll use white string, even though obviously I'm using black fabric, but I will be also mixing, like I'll be basically sewing black to white, so it'll be like, I think it'll make sense. The seasons are changing. Okay, so there's one piece. Could I use my rotary cutter on this, or will it mess it up? Do I have the skills to use this on this? I will say this is not very lefty friendly, but it does still work. It's just like I can't see as well at what I'm looking at. I think that tree does love you back. I agree. That's proof for sure. It bloomed for you. How much more proof do you need? It's like me and my Pothos, Queenie. I am trying to save her because she is nearly dead. And so I'm trying to save her, and I talk to her every morning now, being like, I know you can do it. And I think she's sprouting a leaf, which is a great sign that like one of her propagations is taking and growing roots. It's a tulip poplar. Ooh. I don't know if I've ever smelled one of those, but that's awesome. I know we live in different regions too, so that contributes to our like situation. Did y'all know that there are finance bros that's whole job, like they have gone to school for like forestry, and their job is to help companies like decide what pieces of land are worth more based on the trees that are on it? Because I know somebody that does that for a living, or at least like did do that for a living. I don't really talk to him anymore because he was my ex's friend, but they have really pretty flowers. I'll have to look it up. These ones are really close together. I don't know why I did it like that. Yeah. I'm also not a fan of finance bros myself, personally. No offense if you're a finance bro, but also like a little bit of an offense. You know. I feel like that's fair. You have to know by now that that's fair. Yeah. I'm not a big fan. I would almost rather you be like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's almost worse that there are like young finance bros. Like, part of me is like, I would rather take somebody who was like an 80s finance bro that's like gross and on coke than like a modern day one, because it's like, you should know better by now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was like a culture that was created by that type of person, right? But now for you to still be doing it is like, yikes, like, really? You're gonna make that choice to like be like that in the year of our Lord 2026? Okay, whatever. You know? Yeah, and it's just like, gives me the ick. I would absolutely never pick money over people. I just couldn't imagine. Okay. One of those. I mean, this is more enjoyable than doing it with the scissors, that's for sure. I kind of feel like I'm pushing too hard on this. Like, I feel like it's sharper than I think that it is. And I don't actually need to push that hard, but I've been pushing it very hard. Okay, no, you do have to kind of push it hard. Okay. It was worth checking because I've been pushing on it quite hard. Okay. Oh, I flipped them. That's okay. That's not a big deal. I'm sure that some of them are supposed to be flipped anyway, and I just didn't because I don't know how I'm gonna lay them all out together. Wait, this needs to like go. I saw this interview of this lady who did the who was the maker of that one short film, the short horror film about the cannibal guy, and like it's like filmed in a mall, and it's called like Somewhere in Michigan or Somewhere in Wisconsin or something like that. And don't ask me why I thought of this, but she basically was like, I don't like scary. Which is funny because she made a horrifying short film. One of the scarier things that I've seen. It's where that audio comes from that it's like, this perfume reminds me of Mother Sister Kate. She was crazy. That one. I don't know if any of the words I'm saying are correct, but they're close. I'm like that cat in Adventure Time. The like one in the cave where they know like almost all the right information. Like they call him like Phil. I'm so glad I muted for that. That was gross. Okay, now we have to do this all over again, but with the white fabric. I'm gonna grab a cough drop actually. That might help. I've been having these Ricola ones. They're so good. They're caramel flavored with a honey center. Yeah. These ones, they have like These ones say they have pectin in them, but it's also like the number one inactive ingredient is caramel sugar syrup and cocoa butter. So, and then the Ricola herb mix, which is elderflower, horsehound, I think, hyssop, lemon balm, linden flowers, mallow, peppermint, sage, thyme, and wild thyme. Menthol is actually one of the lowest on the ingredients list, but to be fair, it's very strong, so you would not want something that's like high in menthol. Okay, we need 4 of these, so I'm gonna just keep doing that. To be fair, I also haven't made any like cord or anything that I will need to use to attach the bells, so I should probably do that too. Welcome in. How's work? Happy Friday. Okay, there's 4. Now we need 4 of these. Slow but good. Happy Friday. I'm doing good. I had a lovely phone call with Malachi this morning because we haven't really talked a lot this week, so I gave him a call, which is why I was late to stream. And I'm starting to feel a little bit better. So that's good. Um what else? Um we're working on Sunny, which is always fun. And speaking of Sun, Sun Shower Butch got promoted to VIP today. So that was cool. Um And I'm tracing out 1,000,000 of these pattern pieces. Because I had to make it complicated for myself. Is it truly a Bryn craft project if I don't make something unnecessarily complicated? Okay. Oh, these two are very close together. Let's cut that first. I am happy that I'm finally feeling a little bit better. Because it was getting dicey there for a second. I was like, am I going to have to go to the doctor? Which I can do. I have state insurance. So it's like, I do have the ability to go to the doctor even though I'm unemployed. Which is great. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to need to go and get like antibiotics. If I don't have to. Yes. Now I'm not against antibiotics by any means. I just didn't feel like going to my doctor and being like, I'm sick. Help me. Because I felt like it wasn't actually that deep and that I was just being a big baby about it. Which today proves to be true. So. Because by the way, most colds are viral, which you can't, like, solve with antibiotics. So it has to have turned into or allowed for a bacterial infection to take hold. And I don't think that happened. Yeah. But now I'm feeling a little bit better. So my body is fighting it. And I've been taking everything that I can do to manage my symptoms. And that's all you really can do. Okay. Did everybody hear that oh, hello. Thank you for that lurk. That security guard that caused all the hoopla about Chapel was actually working for Sabrina? No, don't get me wrong. People can have their opinions on Chapel all they want. I just think that she's put under a lot more pressure and scrutiny because she's an openly queer woman. Than people even realize. And that is upsetting to me. And so I always try and get both sides when something like that happens. And you're still allowed. I think it's a smear campaign. Yeah, no, definitely. I think that she's allowed, like, people are allowed to have their opinions about her. Yeah, I don't hate her either. But and I was trying to explain this the other day to somebody. Like, you will never convince me that I am entitled to somebody else as a human being because of what they do for work, regardless of their fame. You can never convince me that there's like some kind of social contract that they've signed by becoming or wanting to become famous that allows me any right to them as a person. It's giving like husband can't assault wife because they're married. You know what I mean? Like you're making a made up contract of like social rules that aren't real and only benefit you and don't benefit the other person. And that like is icky to me. Yeah, and then I was reading this article the other day that was like Chapel Roan is like rich, like her parents are rich. And then in it they were talking about how she grew up in a trailer before moving into a house. And then the people were like, oh, that was just temporary because then her mom went on to be like a very successful vet. And I'm like, okay, so you mean that they did struggle for 7 years of her life and then her mom's career grew because she worked hard? And now you're saying that that automatically means that she's a nepo baby somehow? Like, that's not how that works. Like, okay, yeah, her mom earned money and they moved into a house. Good for them. I also lived in a trailer till I was 7, and then my mom started dating a trust fund baby and we moved into his house. Does that make me rich? No. Like, the mental gymnastics to like try and make that make sense was so busted. I just like couldn't even. But yeah, so basically what I'm saying is like she could do something wrong. And Britta's a nepo baby confirmed. No, like for real, seriously, like what the fuck? My mom broke up with him after like 5 years anyway. Then we were back to being poor. Like, y'all. What the fuck? Yeah, anyway, so it was just like wild, but I just have an issue with people who are part of marginalized groups when bad things come out about them, because I'm like, okay, well, why are you focusing on this one thing for this one particular person? Hmm? Hmm? I don't know, maybe it's like a little biased. So like, don't get me wrong, she could all of a sudden become like some mass murderer and we're like, whoa, that's crazy. I don't like her anymore because she's a mass murderer. But so far, every time that I've gotten both sides of the story, turns out that what she did or her involvement was minimal, if anything, and usually not even that big of a deal. And then to backpedal on something like that is crazy. Like it was defamation, like what people were saying about her. They didn't even know if it was her. Like that just blew my mind. And then it turned out to be Sabrina, and I bet your ass no one's gonna criticize Sabrina about that. And I like Sabrina too. I'm not saying that they should, but I'm saying that like they do it more because Chapel is a openly flamboyantly gay person. And that disgusts me. They do it to people of color too. And like that's why people don't want to, like, that's why like Taylor Swift, if she were ever to be queer, which I don't know, I'm not in that business, but like if she was, that's why she doesn't come out, because it's very true that like that people are targeting her because she's queer. Yeah, exactly. And that's fucked up, and I don't like it. Where did all the other ones go? There were supposed to be 4 more of the black ones. Did I not cut them out? That would be crazy. Did I throw them out? No. Where'd they go? Did anybody see them? Oh, they're here. Okay. They fell on the floor. I was so confused. Yeah, and it's just like, get back to me when you're like serious about treating women properly. You know what I mean? Like, just like, it's wild. Okay, and then we want a black and a white. And then these will go on here. Okay, I'm excited. This is gonna be cute, I think. Okay. So let's attach these. It was like I made a TikTok about this, and like a long time ago, when also something came out about like Doechii yelling at her assistant. And I was like, I used both of them as an example because I'm like, it's weird that you're saying that the two people that are rude are a queer woman and a black woman. That's like so weird that those are the people that you say are rude. Weird. And even in my TikTok, which the point was not to defend Chapel. I mean, if anything, I was defending Doechii. And then still in my comments, somebody was like, you can't make me like Chapel. She's like so mean. And I'm like, you missed the whole point of my conversation, which wasn't, are they rude? It was, maybe take a second to step back and say, why is it being shoved down our throats how rude these particular women are? Because if they were actually bad, talentless people, they wouldn't be famous in the first place. If they actually did bad things and there's evidence, they wouldn't be famous in the first place. They would get canceled and be out in the shadows. Like, I swear people are allergic to critical. Yeah, I didn't even respond to that person in the comments because I was like, you literally missed, like, they literally missed the whole point of what I was trying to say. So it was like, there's nothing I can say anymore. Like that, okay. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to argue with you because you didn't listen. Where was this taking place? Oh, it was on TikTok. If it was in my chat, I would have been like, I would have just told them straight up that they were missing the point. But I made a TikTok like months ago, maybe even a year ago at this point, that was like, because it was last award season, and Doechii had yelled at like her assistant because she was like freaking out. But like, I freak out all the time. That happens, you know? And my argument again wasn't should they be allowed to yell at people? That wasn't the argument at all. My argument was, in fact, maybe just look into it a little bit more. Maybe just think about it. Maybe just look at what you're being told by like the pop culture media and just like think, would this same article be written about, you know, a white guy? And if the answer is probably not, then maybe don't be mad at them for that. Yeah. Sorry. I keep when I go to hand sew, I like move around a lot. How is Reggie? Everybody tell me how your pets are doing. I would love to know. Becky for my ramen. Yeah, that sounds like him. I went over to pick up my brother last night and um my stepdad and my mom when she was alive have this cat and whose name is Kitty. We tried to name him but it just never stuck. So he just gets called Kitty. But he's like this gray British short hair who was like a barn cat that they like rescued, and he is like the sweetest baby angel in the world and I love him so much. He lives like a king and I am happy for him. Oh gosh. Well, good luck sneezing for the rest of the day. But I'm happy for her. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's see how this is going. Okay, yeah, that looks nice. It's like a good seam. It's funny when your black cat turns yellow. The season is gonna change and I'm gonna be so sick. But at least like allergies are not nearly as bad as like what I've had the last few weeks. But could also be like have been like exaggerated because of seasonal allergies. That is very possible. Ooh, shit. I don't know how I like this. Let me switch you guys so I can fix this. I think that this camera isn't like good quality. And I don't know if it's just that it's dirty or if it's actually not good quality. Okay, it might have just been dirty, and that's my bad. For sure. It's not the best, but it is a little bit better. What I really need is like an actual second camera. That's what I really need. I didn't know you were still watching me, Remiko. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for that lurk. I mean, at least you got to see my true reaction to whatever you just sent me. Not that I wouldn't have made that face if we were on a phone call or something either. I would say that I'm pretty consistent. Okay. Yeah, that's looking good. Let's keep going. This is gonna take forever. This is gonna take forever. Part of me is like, should I try sewing this on the sewing machine? Maybe I should. And then I can just do like the finishings. Hand sewing. Maybe that's what I do. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll bust out the sewing machine. That means I'm gonna need to go get my other charger for my phone. Which is fine. Okay. At the blood bank. Okay. Let's I'll go to my just chatting and I'll go get the charger. Okay. I'm back. Ooh, I also wanted to tell you guys, I have this like really chatty neighbor, and I knew my grandma wasn't gonna like them. And sure enough, the other day I went over there and she was like, yeah, I'm avoiding that neighbor. And I'm like, oh, interesting. And I did not sway her opinion. It does look like she's peeking out of the box. I agree. I think it's so silly. And I did not sway her opinion at all. I let her come up with it on her own. But yeah, she's apparently not a fan. And I'm like, wow, who would have known? Who would have thought? That could be true. I'm at the store. What do I need today? The other day, my ex-fiance sent me a AI video of the cast, like of like clips of Twilight, but instead of like whatever they were normally doing, it's them punching each other in the face. Out of the blue. Like I had wished him a happy birthday on his birthday, and that's like our whole we hadn't talked in like months prior, and we barely talked on his birthday, just saying happy birthday, thanks. And then randomly like yesterday or the day before, he sent me an AI video of people in Twilight punching each other. And I'm like, are you good? Like, are you good? I'm sure the answer is no. Because my thought is that, like, my initial thought was this guy needs help, but more in the way where, like, he's probably been smoking a lot of weed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think sending the video proves he needs help, but I think sending the video proves that he was probably high and, like, probably has been smoking too much weed to cope with whatever is going on in his life. You know? Okay. That's how it goes. Oh, whoops. Okay. There. Oh. Um, Also, it's just like I hate AI, and I'm like, if we were still together, would we be fighting about AI all the time? Probably. I also am kind of like, I don't want to say I'm a pacifist because I feel like I would fight somebody, but I would say, like, I'm not somebody that enjoys violence. So, like, it was just all around a really weird thing to send to me. Okay. Oh, now I need to move this stuff again. Okay. Ta-da! Okay. Okay.
Join the club.
Oh, Gia, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's so wonderful. I'm also so glad that I have different sounds for all the different things now, so I actually know what they are when I'm not looking. Yeah, this is so much faster. I'm not gonna lie. I should honestly, you just reminded me, I should open up. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, that's so much better. What I really need is like something to like press my seams because I don't have anything. And my grandma has like a really old iron, but I'm afraid of it. I'll go get it. 1 second. I brought the ironing board too because just in case I decide I want to use it. But this is the iron. And I'm looking if it has like a date on it. But if you just like look at the font here, you can kind of get a vibe of how old this iron is. This iron has probably outlived my mom. It's old. And it scares me. But that's the only iron that I have, I think. Okay. Like, I need a bolt of lightning. Okay. Is it my watch? No, my watch is dead. Something is vibrating. And it doesn't sound like it's my phone. Because my phone's over there. I don't know what it is. I wonder if I could use my straightener. Because these seams are so small. I'm gonna give it a try. Okay, so let's take the, like, eraser thing and see if I can get out some of these. Ooh, also maybe just with the straightener that'll work. Let me see. This may be a fire hazard, but don't worry, I have a extinguisher. I'm just basically using it like I would an iron. And it is working. And is it taking out the... It is! Oh my god, great. Amazing. That's perfect. The heat from the straightener is also taking out the marks. Slay. Thank you for that hydrate. Amazing! Look! The seams are pressed. Basically, I don't have a good iron to use, so I'm using my straightener. That's basically what's happening right now. And it is working. Even if it's just to remove the pen, I'm totally here for it. Oh wait. There we go. Okay. So now I have to attach this to this, which is going to be interesting. Because they're not quite the same shape. But that's part of it. So. Sun is high. And license plates live free or die. Just ain't that simple. Never was. Okay. This is gonna be an interesting sewing situation because of how I need to do it. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I'm just being dramatic, and fabric is more forgiving than I thought. Now, mind you, we have to do this 4 times. Because there are 4 peaks of the Jester hat. I'm so excited. This is turning out so cute. I used all my tissues or removed them from the desk. Yay! Texas. I mean, not yay taxes, but like, yay, you did it. You know? You know. Okay, if this works, I'm gonna be so excited because that means that I not only made this, but I also made a pattern. This is where it gets kind of weird. I mean, it seems like it's working. So this is what it looks like right now. And then I'm going to turn it inside out just to see what it looks like properly. We need the point to be pointy. Okay. So this is like, I might even stuff this because like, but I don't know, the bell might weigh it down just fine. But basically, this is the one of the peaks on the Jester hat. So I'm gonna make 4 of these, and they'll kind of go around in like a circle. And I'm gonna rip this seam up a little bit and sew in like a square so that they all connect. And then we'll have like a band that goes around all of them. So that's the plan. But first I have to like actually do everything, you know? I did discover that the heat from the straightener does in fact remove the pen. So that's amazing. That helps so much. But yeah, so this is one of the peaks of the Jester hat. And they're all gonna be like this, like black and white striped. So where's she? So it'll go on her head. She's too far away for me to do that, but okay, one down. I'll lay it right here so we have the evidence that I made one. There we go. Okay, now we need one of each of these again. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Hello! I'm here for the puppet. The puppet is right here. Her name is Sunny. And we're making her a hat. So this is one part of the hat. We're making 4. She's gonna be a jester. So I'm working on another part of it. I was also gonna maybe open up on together and put like my little guy on the screen. I think that could be cool. Let's go into, I guess I could just close out of this. Yes. Okay. Honestly, it's like it's like impossible to do that. Like it would be very difficult for you to sew any part of your body with a sewing machine. It has this like foot and it won't even like if I try and make it go right now while the foot's up and I could maybe fit my finger under, it'll go. And so I have to put the foot down and there's like no way my finger's getting in there. Well, I mean maybe. I wonder how this works. Like, how could I add you guys from here? Hello, welcome in. Actually, let me go back to the menu and let me make it private, but also request to join. Okay. Okay. I think that this is what I copy. If you guys wanted to join it. Okay, so let me see if I can Google it. Is the lobby code the same as server ID? I think so. If that doesn't work, we'll figure it out, but I think that should work. If you guys have on together, which I don't know if you do. But this is on together. It's a game, and I'm gonna go put my person somewhere to do crafting. Oh, you can't. Can you see this? Yeah, you can see this. Okay. You would have to be a flat stand. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. To sew your finger. Yes, yeah. So then I'm gonna do art and I'm gonna do knitting, even though we're not really knitting, but and then you can change it so that it's just like a little guy in the corner. So I'm gonna move her to be here. Make her bigger. Okay. Now the timer should go away, I think. Maybe if I do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now she's just like vibing. We can even move her down a little bit more. There we go. That's fun. Hello. Welcome in. If you do try to join and then it's like waiting for somebody to accept it, just give me the heads up and I should be able to do that. I've never done this before, so it's also fine not to and just to enjoy her little self in the corner. Okay. Good morning. What's up, chickens? Not much. I've been working on my Jester hat for my puppet, Sunny, in back there. And oh, this needs to be the opposite, right? Oh wait. How am I doing this? Okay, we'll just make sure I sew from the white side. Crossing the road, scratching in the dirt, the usual. Slay. Chicken activities. Okay, and this way, when I attach the, yeah, okay, great. All right. Oh wait, I almost sewed the wrong seam. Shit. Okay. I'm going hiking tomorrow. I'm so excited, gnawing at the bars of my closure. No, that's so fair. Because like I'm so sick of winter. But there's still like snow on every single mountain near me. I mean, there's still snow in my driveway. Yeah. Hiking time. Ooh, thank you for that hydrate. Okay. Alrighty. So now we have the arched part, which needs to be attached to the not arched part. Well, it's slightly arched, it's just less. But before I do that, I'm gonna try and press this seam. I was prepared. I still can't sing. Not that I could sing before, but now I really, really can't sing because of the cold. Yay. I love how it removes the markings so easily. It's amazing and wonderful. Oh god. Got to be careful when you're using a straightener as a iron. Okay. Okay. I am excited for this to be. I don't want to be like, I'm excited for this to be done, but I will say that this is probably one of the more difficult steps in the process. So I'm like anxious to see how it turns out. I will say that also the hair was probably the other intense part. Hello, Raleigh. How are you? How are you doing? How are things? I will say keeping like this is the first time where I've had to like be really careful about where I'm so like usually I'm just sewing in a straight line versus this is like um not a straight line. So I'm making a hat for my puppet, Sunny, who's over here in the box. And this is one of the peaks of the hat, but basically what they're gonna be is they're like peaks on a Jester cap. So we're gonna have multiple of them. So that's the vibe of the project we're working on right now. I'm about to finish the second one. Well, not really finish because I never put the bell on, but I'm about to like finish up mostly one of them or two of them. You know, I have this one and then I'm gonna have this one. And then I have two more to make before I start attaching them to each other. Which is also, I'm mostly winging it. I made this pattern myself and I don't actually know how it's gonna turn out. So we're kind of just like in a fuck it, we ball situation. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I think that Sunny will be less like creepy. Like people think Sunny's kind of creepy. I think she'll feel less creepy when she has like a whole body and clothes and a hat and everything. Like when she feels more like a character instead of just like a head. Like you know Punch, right? Punchland. Punchland hates Sunny. Well, not hates, but is scared of Sunny. Which is I kind of think is kind of fair. And he's not the only one. Other people think she's scary too. She's not meant to be scary though. She's just meant to be a girl. She's just a girl, you know. I guess girls can be scary, but she's just a girl. Yeah. Okay. That's why I don't talk to them. Well, you know, you're allowed. If you don't want to talk to girls, that's your business. Okay. So here is the other peak for this hat. So we have now two of them. And there's supposed to be four. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip this seam up a little bit. And then I'm going to sew in like a square of fabric. Have you made puppets before? No, this is my first one. I'm going to sew in a square of fabric so that they're all like attached. If that makes sense. And then I'm going to do a band around the outside. And I'm excited about it. But I don't know if I have it available. I think it's over there. When I eventually get this hat done and I show you how it started and how it is going, I feel like you're gonna be like, whoa, that's so different. In a good way. In a good way. S dilate 2299316 7. Okay. 2 more to go. Okay. Afraid of living life in your footsteps. Just too afraid of living life in your footsteps. Okay. I'm also not like a seamstress, so I have to do it lower than most people because I have not done it a lot. When it's just a straight line, that part's easy. It's the curvy lines that are the problem. Too fast towards things that I adore. Starts running from me like I'm a zombie. When I die, I'll let go. I would say if I were going to make another puppet, I think that I would make like I don't know if I would make another hand puppet like this. I think I might make something more or like not like Muppet style. Like I would have it be just my hand where like this part is the head and then these are the arms versus like having it be like a full size puppet, you know? Because it's a lot of work to make a full size puppet. And I have like this weird hubris when it comes to crafting where I'm like, it's not going to take me that long. It'll be fine. And then it ends up taking me so long. Okay. Anybody got any plans this weekend? Yeah. Depending on how I'm feeling tomorrow, I might go over to my friend's house. Because I couldn't go over when they moved last weekend because I was so sick still. But they invited me to just like hang out and stuff this weekend, and I might go over there. Ooh. This one's always hard to do because it's like I've got to hold the fabric in a very particular way so that it actually like stitches along the correct line. But honestly, this is taking so much less time than it would be to hand stitch it, so I'm not really complaining that much. Could be worse. Could be like a lot worse. Are there certain things I tend to make her craft more? Um, hmm. I was doing beadwork a lot. Like I was making jewelry out of like here's an example. I made this for my mic arm. So it's like a like beaded charm that's magnetic on the ends. So it like attaches to the mic arm. And that's like something that I made. Um I made this necklace as well. Um I was making glasses chains too. So here's it's tangled, but like you can kind of see it. What did I do after that? I like to paint too. Thank you so much for that hydrate. I like to paint.
Stretch good!
But I don't really do that on stream. I prefer like a more tactile craft on stream, like how I'm making like a physical thing. That you can like hold in 3D space. So I like doing stuff like that. I've done a couple of those miniature like builds that you can get in like a kit. I would say that's what I tend to do. But sometimes I'm just like, ooh, I want to make this thing, and then I just get the stuff and make it. Like this puppet. I was just like, what if I made myself a puppet? How would that go? And this is how it's going. Still working on it after kind of a while. I've been working on it for a while now. Oh. Honestly, I can probably just take this off. That's probably fine. Also, I'm using my straightener to iron this because that's what I got. Okay. We're getting close. Always. I probably wouldn't even have a sewing machine if my grandma didn't give me this one. Like, that's how new I am to sewing. And honestly, I didn't even use it for like a long time. But then I've just been, using it for little projects here and there. And I feel like that's been fun. We're almost to the last one of these. And then we have to like figure out how to attach them to each other. My grandma is back from the grocery store. I could see her car coming in the driveway. I could probably just look at you like this, but I don't know what that looks like. Okay. I'm also using my bead making plier or my beadwork pliers to hold the end of this so that I can turn it inside out better. I have a few sewing machines in the house since my mom used to make a lot of random things. Maybe I'll attempt soon. You should. And honestly, you should just like start with like a little bag or something, or like pencil case or wallet, like something little that like doesn't need to be a particular size. That's like low pressure, square, straight lines, that kind of stuff. Just get yourself used to it. Because if I didn't have kind of like some experience, doing something like this would be kind of hard. I mean, it already is kind of hard, but it would be harder. In tears because I haven't used her in months. No, that happens to me too. I hadn't used her in a really long, like since October maybe, and now I'm using her a bunch because of this puppet. Also, welcome in. I think that it's so important to have creative friends. And like, I don't even mean people who are like amazing artists. Like, I'm not saying like I'm an amazing artist or anything, but just people that like make things. I think that that's so important because it like motivates you to make things too. Oh no. I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, your ad's over now? Oh, weird. It still says it's going. Weird. Okay, so I was saying that um it's so important to have creative friends. because they inspire you. But I'm making a Henson style Muppet-esque puppet. So this is Sunny. And she's my first puppet I've ever made. And she's got a lot of hair. And she's gonna be a jester. So I'm making her a hat. She's very nice. She's very nice. So I'm making her a hat. And she does have a body. I just haven't made her any clothes yet, so keeping her with the body, like her head would just like kind of fall off of it. I don't know if I'm supposed to like attach her head to the body because like the neck is supposed to be kind of like movable, but maybe if I attach like this part to the top, that way I could stretch out more and then it would be like maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I don't use really her body as much right now. What is the body? Like what is it made out of? It's made of the same stuff she's made out of. It's made out of 1/2-inch foam and fleece fabric. And she's made out of the same thing plus a plastic mouthpiece, felt yarn for her hair. There's a piece of elastic inside of her mouth to help me lift her head when I'm in there. And then her eyes are polymer clay. And then she also has falsies. And so she's an original character, but she is a black and white jester. Yeah. So that's who I'm working on right now. She just kind of sits over there. But yeah, so I made these 3 peaks that I want to attach to each other. Well, there's going to be a 4th one too. And so I want to rip the seams a little bit back here and attach them and then make like a band to go around it that I will like pin to her hair. So that's the vibe. Also, I'm going to add bells that will jingle. So she'll be kind of jingly. And I have never made a pattern before that wasn't like just like 2 pieces of fabric sewn together. I've always made like, or like that's just like flat basically. Like quilting almost. I've sort of quilted, but I've never made something that's like 3-dimensional like this from scratch. So that was really interesting and weird. And I had to make a lot of, there was trial and error for sure. And now we're on the last one. Things that I said. I also thought I was gonna hand sew this, so I did not leave that much seam allowance. So we're just honestly hoping for the best. How's it coming along? It's coming. I would say we're getting kind of close. We're on the fourth like peak of the hat. So we've made 3 of them. So you can kind of start to visualize how it might look, but there will be 4. And then there will be like a circular part that I'll actually be able to like pin on her head. But we're not quite done yet. That's why there's still like a bunch of loose edges here, because this will need to be attached to other stuff. And really, I need to also figure out a way to add my bells too. So we'll see how that goes. I could just glue them on, but I know they'll like fall off if I do that. So I want to sew them on. Okay. Honestly, this part of the sewing is pretty easy because these seams are the same shape. But then when you go to put them together, they're like opposite shapes, which makes the like 3-dimensional aspect of this is like having them be opposite shapes or angles, I guess. So it's quite interesting to mess with. Thank you so much for that hydrate. Ooh, whoa. Oh, no. There's a foot pedal that if you press it harder, it will go faster. And sometimes I accidentally press down too hard. Not the end of the world, but it is like, whoa. Oh, we got a song request. Oh, I did that one. Okay. I got so nervous. Is that the song you wanted? Okay, great. The bot sometimes has a mind of its own, so I always like to double check. Especially when it's a song with a title that is like capitalized weird or has weird spelling, because I'm like, did it just pull like a random lo-fi song from like the depths of Spotify? Hello. You're going camping this weekend? That's so fun. And good luck on your homework. I'm sure you're gonna do great. I'm going with a rock climbing club. We're doing climbing. That's so exciting. I'm so happy that you're doing that. It's gonna be, you're gonna have so much fun, I bet. I'm going to lurk for a bit because I'm casting my first sweater on my knitting machine. Oh my god. I wish I could have a knitting machine, honestly. Like, they're just so unrealistic for me in my life, but that's so cool. I'm sure I will. Everyone going is genuinely hilarious and so fun. Yay! Oh, I love that. Is this how this goes? Yeah, okay. It's given me so much trouble, but this should be pretty easy. Yeah, I mean, they seem like finicky kind of machines a little bit, but that's so exciting. Have a wonderful time doing your sweater. Okay. Oh. Oh. Yay. Okay. Okay, yes, this is looking correct. I was like, it would be so like me to mess up on the last one. So I was hoping that I didn't mess up on the last one. Hello, Bree. Thank you for getting your tea. Hello, hello. We're making a hat. It's a Jester hat. This is the vibe. There's another one that I'm making and then that'll be it. But then I have to like figure out how I'm gonna attach them. It's little because it's going on my puppet. So that's why it's like kind of small and not big like for me. It's the first time I've ever made anything like this. So it's been an interesting process to say the least. Because like, what do you mean these are like, to make it three-dimensional, these have to be differently shaped. And then I have to somehow attach them to each, like, look at that. Maybe it's better up here. Like, you can see how different these two are shaped, but I have to sew them together in order for them to make the right shape. And that's bizarre. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just glad I didn't mess up on the last one like I thought I might have. But I guess there's still time. But I had thought like maybe I had put the pattern in the wrong order. Because I'm doing black and white stripes. So that meant I needed like double the pieces. Because technically you can like leave pieces attached to each other if they're the same. Like I could make a pattern that would work if it was all the same color out of 2 pieces, not 4. But because I'm doing stripes, it has to be 4. That's a whole thing. I'm also thinking I might want to make her shirt out of like stripes, which would mean that I have to like make a lot of stripes of like the same size and then like cut the pattern out of the striped fabric. So it's kind of like, I don't know if I want to do that. I haven't decided basically. I just feel like because it's like, ooh, it worked. I've never like I've never hosted like a on together lobby, so I like had no idea if what I was doing was correct. Yay! Amazing. If you want to sit with me, you can. What is Marianne? She's in my on together lobby, so this like little girl in the corner that's like knitting. Um yeah. So then she joined, and if her character comes and sits down at this chair, it'll also pop up on my screen. You don't have to though, but that was just what chair you're at. I'm at like the building that's by the classroom that's like on the beach. So it's like the second floor of the bigger building, if that makes sense. Okay. So here we go. Here's the fourth one. I also want to make it jingle. Like I want to make the each of these have a bell on the end, but I haven't done that yet. Now would probably be the time I should add them though. So, okay. I need to grab the bells. Let's move this a little bit out of the way. Sorry, that's like super zoomed into me. No one needs to see me that close. Okay. My blush is not blended on this side. That was a little bit better. Okay. So this is what I normally make my it's like embroidery floss, and this is what I normally make my like cords out of, that like if I'm gonna attach something with a cord, I'll like braid this up. So we'll do maybe this long. And then we'll do the white one. Yeah, basically. Like it opens like this so I can put them on or take them off. But I just mostly like flip through it. So in order to make a braid, you need at least 3 strands. So I'm gonna do black, orange, and like a white-ish color. Because that's sort of her vibe. And then we're gonna hobbies have such interesting specific things. I agree. I completely agree. Okay. So we don't really need this not to be anything special because it's literally just going to be used to see, there you go. Cuties. So cute. I love it. I'm also just glad that it worked because I was not convinced that I had done it right. Can I put this in here? Will this work? To hold this? Well, then I need just something to hold it down. I just started hand crocheting. That's so exciting. Do you like it? I need something to hold this. I don't remember what I've used before. Does anything fit into like this hole? No. What about this one? It's a little bit smaller. No, not really. Thank you for. Oh, you got party. I love that one. I need something that'll like hold this down, but I don't have anything. I could tape it, but tape like really never works. We'll tape it underneath and hope for the best. Okay. That'll have to do. We're waiting when you finish a blanket. Yes, I love that. Are you making them for like friends and family, or like are you keeping them, or what's the vibe? Was there like a specific project that got you into it? So we're braiding basically right now. Started watching some random YouTube short of a girl doing a cozy. And then I got the same stuff she bought. My YouTube channels are so sad. My VODs channel is the only one that I actually use. That's so exciting. I love that. Marley is also a big crocheter. I've crocheted a little bit, but not like a lot. Ooh, I had a loom in college and I made a lot of hats. Made a lot of hats. So much, yeah. But it's so fun and it's really rewarding to make something by hand. Um it like fits in your brain differently than like making other kinds of stuff. And like working with ooh, so it's like very I really do enjoy it. Also, it like gives you an excuse to have stuff that might be like kind of weird. Like, I don't know if I would ever buy a puppet of myself, but because I'm making it, then I'm like, oh, like this fits like in my house because like it has this like backstory. You know what I mean? I know, right? I think a lot of people are like transitioning into more analog hobbies again because the world is kind of insane and like getting off of technology is kind of the only way to cope these days. So it's like I think people are kind of getting back into doing more physical things. I just happen to combine two of my hobbies, which one is streaming and like content creation. Although I wouldn't say I'm a very good content creator. I would say I'm an okay streamer, but I would say I'm not a good content creator. Like I said, have you seen my YouTube channels? Only the VODs channel has anything on it. Dissociate time after 9 p.m. CST? Is that your analog hobby? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of feel like my stream is like a little bit of like a radio show. Like, I feel like the music is a big part of my stream. Your wife goes to bed so early? I mean, I get it. She's like, you know, you are tuned in to Bryn in the mornings. I know. More like Bryn in the afternoon. I'm not great at getting on right at the time I'm supposed to. But I adore my community, and like I honestly I don't want to say I forget how special
Join
it
the
is.
club.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That helps so much. You're so sweet. Like I don't want to say I forget because I don't, but it's like I feel so connected to you guys that like I like sometimes it's hard for me to remember that like collectively I have this like really wonderful community. Like I think of you all like individually. So then when I'm like, oh wait, like as a collective, I'm just really lucky, you know, to have such a great community. And I feel very fortunate. You got a little chicken. Your little sub badge is a little chicken. Thank you. I try every day, you know. Create the change you want to see in the world, I guess, is something that I've been trying to live by. So like if I want a more whimsical world, then I'll bring the whimsy, you know? I'll bring it. Even if that means braiding embroidery floss for 30 minutes on a Friday afternoon. That's so fair, yeah. I actually know this girl. I went to high school with her. Not just high school, but like elementary school. And I feel like her vibe is like that. It's definitely whimsical. It's a little like poppy kind of vibe. Well, her, yeah, I'll share it. Why won't it let me paste this? This is the artist that she does like very whimsical music. And she's a very, very small artist. So if you like supporting small artists. Ooh, we got a song request. Did you add Poppy to the list? You did. Oh, it'll be after this song. Oh, Life is Strange? Yeah. I actually played like the first half of the first one when it came out, but I never got to finish it because of it. Like, it's episodic, as you know. And so like playing it when it first came out. And don't get me wrong, like I enjoyed it a lot, but I just like never ended up going back to it. So it could be something that I do end up doing. Now that I have a PC, it's a lot easier for me to play different kinds of games. Cuz I used to have I had a Lenovo laptop for like a while, like all of my like adolescence. And then I started to become a graphic designer. So I got a MacBook. And then after my MacBook died, I got an iMac. And then about 3 years into having the iMac, I started streaming. And streaming is not that great on a Mac. Like it's possible. And I like did really well even on the Mac. I like uh became like I hit 1K followers, which is huge on Twitch. Like I, you know, did celebrations. I streamed for like a year and a half with my Mac. And then this Christmas, my grandma gave me a little bit of money. Um and I was able to buy my PC. So now I have a PC and that allows me to play a lot of different kinds of games. Yay! Yeah, I actually like had a program on my Mac that allowed me to play some, or it was meant to allow me to play PC games on my Mac, but it really like it worked for some things pretty well, and for other things like when Earn wanted to do Earn like the Halloween with Earn, I don't remember what Freaky Fridays, I think is what she calls it. Um I couldn't do any of them because like all of them were PC only, and even with the program they wouldn't run, and it made me really sad. And I tried so hard. But Earn, if you're listening, I still have the games. So if you want to play, call me. Because that's the thing, I bought them and everything. Like I was fully like, I'm gonna play this with Earn, and then it didn't work. So I don't even know how much of this I need. Probably not even this much. Or like just this much. Poppy's journey in music is so interesting. I mean, this is going kind of fast. It could be going slower, you know? Oh my god, the other day, or was it yesterday? It might have been yesterday. When I got off stream with Marley, I was so exhausted, but like didn't know if I was gonna nap. I did end up napping, but I put on How It's Made as like background noise, and it was so nice. Did you know that prepackaged sandwiches, you know how you get them in triangles? Those triangles actually come from two separate sandwiches. They stack two sandwiches on top of each other. They cut them in half, and each one of that goes into a different container. They don't cut it in half and like fold it. It's like literally two different sandwiches. Isn't that wild? I was blown away. I got my new plugs. One a standard double flare and another teardrop today from TikTok shop. TikTok shop. They're made of black labradorite. Oh, that's nice. Now I want an egg sandwich. Honestly, kind of same. Maybe I should make that for dinner. I mean, it makes sense now that I've seen it, but I didn't think that like originally. Like I mean, honestly, I didn't really think about it a lot at all, but I just assumed that they were the same sandwich. And then looking and like seeing that, I was like, oh my god, they're different sandwiches. What else did I see on How It's Made that was weird? There was something else that I texted Malachi. Should be easier to find because I typed it in all caps. Oh, that paint swatches are actually painted on and they're not like printed on. It's actual paint. For those interested, I was watching season 13, episode 7 and onward. If you want to go watch it. I agree that it wouldn't be as accurate, but like I just always thought that they were printed. I mean, very like print companies have very like special equipment to get the color very accurate with like even like special like monitoring equipment to like scan a color and get like the true accurate color and then like print that. So like there are ways to do it. And I think maybe coming from that background, I just always thought that they were printed, but it's actually they're painted on. Well, I would say I'm more well versed in printing than I am paint. Which is why I was like, oh, interesting. I really don't think I need much more than this. So I'm gonna cut this. And if I have to rebraid this, I can. Okay, where are my bells? How are you doing today, Stella? Is that better? What is that? Oh, it's the microphone. I haven't had a sandwich this week, so maybe I'll order a sandwich for dinner. Okay, where's some tape? You're an artist, Stella? Did I know that? I'm looking at a chunky blanket looms on Amazon. Everybody's creating stuff. I'm so excited. That's fair. I'm not an artist. You just said you were gonna draw. I am bad. I think that is your opinion. That's true. Also, a lot of art is just solving a problem. I attempt to use a program that I haven't learned with a skill I never practice. You and me both. You and me both, so like For real. That's how I feel when I draw. Yeah, honestly, I think that like there's a lot of shame in like tracing because it's like, you know, you don't want to steal somebody else's work or anything like that. But if you wanted to, you could, you know, be tracing, you know, Da Vinci sketches if you really want to preserve somebody's copyright. But if that's also not the case, like I think that there is a point where tracing becomes not helpful anymore and you need to like move past that. But I do think that getting your like hand used to it and getting your like the idea of the shapes that go into it is really helpful. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to like sort of okay, so now we have the bell on a little cord. That happens to me too, honestly. Like, but I do think that I have seen improvement over the years. Like, even though I don't practice it enough to get like good at it, I will say that the older I get, the more I'm like, oh, like I couldn't have drawn this when I was a kid. I mean, maybe if I had practiced more, but like I have noticed that I've like gotten better, even just experiencing more of life and like the world and like visualizing things differently. And so I really think like, you know, any practice will. And also don't be afraid to get weird with it. Like your style doesn't have to be like what it's like how you might look in the mirror and be like, I don't find myself attractive, but you find your spouse attractive, right? And your spouse doesn't look like you, usually, typically. And like, so the art that you enjoy looking at isn't always the art that you create. And you have to grow to like appreciate and love it. Just like you have to grow to learn and appreciate and love yourself. Because it is a part of you. Okay, I need to rip these seams out. Or something. I need to do something up here. Yeah, that's fair. But sometimes, you know, you'll surprise yourself when you float. It's scary, but I believe in you. I need to make a hole, basically. And a moderately sized one at that. I need to check what the weather looks like this weekend, because that will also affect my ability to drive to the other side of the state. So basically, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I should have done this differently, but your girl's not perfect. Okay. Slay. I picked up charcoal for a while and that was fun and interesting. I wonder if switching back to physical medium would be better than. I mean, at least to get yourself back into the flow of things, I think that could potentially be very helpful. And then you can like borrow those techniques for digital art as well. So like I actually find that doing that approaching digital art in like a painterly way instead of like a sketchy way actually helps me a lot in like getting a product that looks what I would consider presentable. So like because with charcoal there's like a lot of smudging, right? So maybe instead of trying to like draw a like person and then line art and then color it in, you approach your digital art more with that like smudging mindset using like whatever tool the program you're using is. I don't know if you're using like Procreate or something. And approach it in that way. And you might have like an easier time transitioning from um physical to digital. Okay. Yeah. I mean, your art journey is your art journey, and I support you. This is going to be a mess to do with the other ones. At least it's only 4, right? I don't know if this will even go through this in like a reasonable manner, but I can try. Okay, let's see if that worked. Oh, this is such a mess. I have a bajillion brushes, pens, markers, and no idea how to use them. How do I get that effect? That's fair. This is too long. This did not turn out the way I wanted it to. Basically the cord is like longer than I wanted it to be. Like I wanted it to be closer to the edge, but it's not there. So I have to start over. Not like start over, but like come back to this part and try and fix it. Maybe start over because I have made a mess of this at this point. There's not a way to pull it back in. No, because I sewed it already. So I have to like rip the seam out and then pull it back. If that makes sense. This one might be toast. Oh, that just cut it. Well, that's not good. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to redo this one. Which is a pain in the butt. But honestly, it will likely be easier to do that. Let me try and do these ones first before to see how many I need to redo. I will use my tape method because that works pretty good. Having to redo one is not that bad. Okay, amazing. That's great. And then I'll just sew this up. Okay. Ramiko and I watched this really good movie the other day. It's called Look Back, and it's an hour-long anime about honestly, it's about friendship and art, and I would highly recommend it. It's a little bit intense, but it's so good. Ow. Okay. Let's see how this one turned out. Hopefully better than the last one. Okay. Yeah, I'll say that's good. That's good. That turned out more how I wanted it. So I need to do this again to the other three and then remake this one because I fucked up. And it jingles. Got her around. Oh, amazing. Okay. It's not. I'm struggling. Okay. Now we sew this down. Ow. Sometimes you stab yourself. It happens. I'm so locked in on this. I'm glad that it seems to be only that first one that I messed up on, so that's good. Now there's still time. Don't get me wrong, there's still time to mess up on the other ones, but I only messed up in that way on that one. So now I have to decide if I want to make, oh God. What's happening here? Um, I have to decide if I want to make the or like the square in the middle out of like triangles of this fabric in black and white also, or if I want to make it like just black or just white. And I'm not sure. Trying to make something from the inside of your head into a reality is kind of difficult, as we've all figured out. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Be what I want you to be. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here's another one. And it'll do. Doesn't need to be perfect. I don't know what, I don't think I need to make it like, I don't think it needs to be. So we've got two gestury things. Third one. And then need to redo the fourth one. Or I could just give up on the fourth one. That's also possible. I'm technically allowed to do whatever I want. The beauty of art is I can do whatever I want. Ooh, that sounds good. I think I'm probably gonna have egg salad. Because that's what we were talking about. And I think that that makes sense, especially if I'm gonna be going out this weekend. Because then, I can take out the trash and then my house won't smell like eggs for a long time. Again. But yeah, I think if I just were to cut the top off of this fourth one, it'll be a little bit shorter than the others, but I could just put it in the back. So I don't think I need to redo the whole thing because that would that that the idea of that makes me sad, and art is not supposed to make you sad. Ooh, we gotta hydrate. Thank you, Sai. Thank you for still being here. I appreciate you. I think Zuzu was in my dream last night. And I only just realized that just now. I don't even really know what was happening, but I just like had this like feeling randomly. Do you ever have that where you like, oh, Zuzu is I'll give them a shout out. I don't know if that's how you spell that. I'm gonna have to look it up. Oh, I forgot the R. That would have been embarrassing. There we go. That is Orzel's Place, aka Zuzu, aka a cutie patootie. And my friend. I have met them and I consider them my friend. And they're cool and all that good stuff. But I think that they were my dream last night. For some reason. Oh no, the tape is exposed. My dirty little tape secret. Basically, if you have like a bunch of threads that you're trying to thread into a small hole, putting tape around it and then like cutting the edge of the tape so it makes like a little needle is a good trick to get that to work. But I accidentally the way I sewed it, the tape was exposed, which exposed my secret, the tape secret. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just cut off all this business. And then we're going to sew it better. Me being so lazy, I don't even want to change how I'm sitting. So I touch the pedal with my hand instead of my foot. Okay. So it is a little bit jankier than the others, but it'll just go in the back. Or I could put it on display. I could be like, I'm gonna put the jankiest one in the front. Really showcase how she's a little off kilter, you know. Sometimes that's a nice touch. We don't make mistakes, we make happy accidents. Rest in peace, Bob Ross. Okay. Am I like still covered in little pieces of string? Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. Okay. I think maybe I do want to make the square out of this fabric, like I think what I want to do is, ooh, gotta take this off. We'll take this and then we'll trim off this part because this part's never going to be used for anything. And then I don't really know how big it needs to be. Do I have a ruler? I need to vacuum. My floor is covered with craft business. Okay. And then we need the same thing, but in white. Ow. Don't worry, I didn't cut myself. I just pinched myself, like, really hard. It's fine, I'm fine. Okay. Then ooh, interesting. Their emotes are cool. Rare Gangster. I don't know them. But they have cool emotes. Ooh. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put these together and we're gonna sew along this line. As straight as I can, which straight is kind of hard for me. Okay, good. So then what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we can like honestly trim off the edges. And then I'll make maybe like, no, we'll just do the edge for now. Because I don't think it needs to be perfect, but it'll at least be mostly straight. Okay, and then okay. So now we switch them and then we'll sew this together as well. So now we have a middle piece, basically, that is also checkered. And so what I want to do is seam rip these and then sew in this triangle so that it like is it makes the hat go like this, you know. But I'm probably gonna do that by hand, and we've already been streaming for 4.5 hours, so I think this is a good place to stop. And I will be back Monday. Yeah, let's switch back to just chatting. Oh no, my brick. Dang it. Thank you. My ad is running right now, which I would have stopped if I was paying attention, but I was not paying attention. So now we wait until that ends so that I can actually properly rate out, because I wouldn't want to just like leave people hanging like that, you know? Okay, we're gonna stop raids for an hour. We're gonna unpin. And then we're gonna look for somebody to raid. Interesting. 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 Wow, there's so many people streaming right now. Okay, everybody's back from the ad. Unfortunately, I'm also going to be ending. So welcome back, but also I have to leave. So I'm looking for somebody to raid. Let's go to somebody playing Silk Song. Oh, no, there's a break. Dang it. Welcome back into. I know. Well, I would have just snoozed the ad if I had been paying attention, but I had not been paying attention. Unfortunately. Oh. Okay. We're gonna go to somebody doing art. This is Peanut Punch, and they're an artist. They're drawing emotes. They do like pixel art. They're cool. Friend of the channel. So I'm gonna rate them. We're gonna go there. And I need to set this so that it's different. Okay, raid. And then if you want to follow me on my socials, it's right there as well. If you're subbed, you can use the owl raid. If you're not, you can use the heart raid. And I will be back Monday. Not the card? You don't like card? Anyway, I will be back Monday. I will be I don't dislike it. I'm just oh, got it. But yes, so we're gonna go there. I thought there was like some drama with card, and I was like, please no, because I don't want to do it again. But yes, have a good nice day. Have a nice weekend. I will see you guys Monday for more crafting, probably. So I will see you over there. Bye.